Good evening, good afternoon, good day, depending on where you're at in the world. Oh dear. There we go. Hope everyone is well today, as flight sim's not cooperating. Well, OBS is not. There we go. Aha! Slight technical hiccup. Hope you're all well today. Happy Sunday. It's been a beautiful weekend, real weather-wise, and yet I found a way to stay inside because there's been a lot of streaming to watch, a lot of community people to boost up and help their channels out. So yeah, welcome to Holland, or well, not Holland, but the Netherlands, Nederland. We're here in the northwestern region. in Oostwold. Oostwold? Could be butchering that, and I probably am, but that's okay. Little grass airstrip. So today from there, we'll be heading to a place that Murphy knows quite well of, Texel. As Mr. Whitaker has just subscribed for 4 months with the Colonel and the Fireflies. So yeah, yesterday Mr. Whitaker was flying around in IL-2 a bit, doing some combat flying, as it were, and then later that yesterday evening played some ground branch with Warhamster, which was a ton of fun, even when I got hammied. So yeah, we're here in the Netherlands. We're flying from Oostwold to Texel. From Texel, we'll be flying down to Deventer. From Deventer, we'll be flying down over Arnhem, over Nijmegen, and down to Eindhoven. We'll have Mr. Whitaker here to drop in some historical tidbits. Cities as seen in A Bridge Too Far and Band of Brothers. And from Eindhoven, we'll make our way over back towards the coast to Middelburg, or Midden-Zeeland. I'm probably butchering them. Fun note, my grandfather was Dutch, so we're in his plane today. So we've got some folks to say hello to over in the chat. Cap at 9 is here. Hello to you and the Fireflies as well. Allison Johnson's here as a spectator. We're just glad to have you along, Allison. Hope you're doing all right. Viper Strike 9510 is here. Hello to you. Glad to have you along. Two-Tone Murphy is hosting the stream. Many thanks, my dude. Ooh, pardon me. And good evening to you as well, Mr. Murphy. Draco's in. Hello. Cap at say Kingsman's here. Good evening to you, my friend. Hope you're well. Warhamster is here. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Kingsman's running a little bit late. We'll be through soon. No worries, my dude. There's no such thing as late. You arrive exactly when you need to. Draco with the Pikachu emoji. Scotland 737 Max Project is good evening to you. Hope you're well. See you have been enjoying a FSX conversion de Havilland Comet. It's awesome. Randy Hurst is here. Hello to you, my friend. Hope you're well. Berlin Flyer is here. Good evening. Papa Joe B is here. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing all right. Hope your weather is as sunny as mine has the last few days. Gibbo Ireland is here. Good evening to you, sir. Allison has an early start. Those pesky early starts. Frozen is here. Good to see you. Hope you're well. John Barranco is here. Good to see you. Happy to have you along. Kozaki Flyers here. Shuffle Shoes John is here. I'm doing well. I hope you are as well. Welland Yutani is in. Hey all. Well, hello to you as well. So yeah, we're here at this little grass strip. Found some nice third-party freeware scenery for some of our Netherlands airports. So, and we're flying Skyhawk, and we're flying the Skyhawk, in my opinion. The only way it could be better is if it were Skylark, but I'm biased. So yeah, we're at Hangar 28 apparently. It's a nice little freeware scenery. There's actually a parking spot inside of that hangar. And we can see Fireflies already rearing to go. including a 339. So let's say we get this party started, shall we? Master alternator, battery and alternator master switches on, rotating beacon on. Allison Johnson is now hosting the stream. Many thanks, Allison. We're gonna open the fuel cutoff. We're gonna set our trim for takeoff. And we're going to put the mixture to full, crack the throttle, yell at the window, clear prop. And set idle to between 900 and 1000 RPM. Let everything settle, equalize. Turn our avionics on. We'll make sure our transponder is on, squawking 7000. Making sure everything is good. Goblin is in. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Viper Strike is in the X-Cub for the flight. Awesome. Thank you very much, Kingsman. Thanks to Sir Blackulot for making the livery. It was very kind of him to do so, and it means an awful lot to me and my family. Erling is in. Happy to see you. Hope you're well. It is. We got a goose, too. Yeah, the retro liveries just look good. They look better, in my opinion. Of course, I'm partial to this one in particular, but that goes without saying. So we're going to make sure that our altimeter is set. We're going to make sure our directional gyro is set. That's all set. That needs to move to GPS. And without further ado, we're going to go ahead and start rolling. Sim Aviation said hello with the wrong account. Oops. No worries. Not flying with you guys today. We'll be here monitoring. That's alright, like the program. No worries. The airstrip is the grass. So, off with the parking brake. Give engine a little bit of extra power to brake momentum and start rolling. And we start making our way to the... We sure do. This airport in real life has probably never seen so much traffic all at once. So we're gonna make our way to the runway. It's just a good looking scheme. And there's a lot of them. So we're just making our way to the departure area. Nice. 152 is always a solid choice. So we'll get ourselves lined up. In a lot of ways, yes. I enjoy a lot of the airplanes, but the 172 is the closest to the 175, and kind of it's what I know. It's what I'm more comfortable in. Not gonna join you guys tonight. Want to finish the flight? No worries, Wayland. We always have that flight that we want to finish. So we release the brakes. Ooh. Speaking of brakes. Brakes! slowly add power in. There's 40 knots. Airspeed's coming line at 50. 1 notch of flaps coming down now. 60 knots, and we're up. Waiting for 300 feet. To retract the flaps. .300 feet, flaps are coming in. And we'll get eyes on the Fireflies. The 150 is a phenomenal little airplane. I actually have more logged flight time in it than the 175. Although I just have the most time riding in a 175. It really is. So we have weather set to few clouds with a little bit of extra wind, and it's right after 7:30 in the morning in the sim. Right on. So we'll make another little turn. So it seems most all of the Fireflies are up, so we're going to go ahead and activate this guy. We've got it set to 2,500 feet, 500 feet a minute. We're on nav mode. As we look over the fun little airstrip that we just took off from, there's not much to it, but it's nice. And we're darn near at cruise altitude already, so we're going to get to cruise power. Yeah, the bird dog, it's a nice bird. Hopefully they have a sale soon. It's definitely worth picking up, in my opinion. Okay, so we're at cruise power. Look at that. We'll go ahead and hide me. Or at least try to hide me. There we go. But the Netherlands are somewhere that I don't think get a lot of flying outside of Amsterdam. So I thought, why not? And we'll get a little bit of history along the way. As Allison seems to be having trouble with Twitch, or Twitch seems to be having a problem with Allison, I should say. Well, hopefully it gets sorted. So for cruise power, we're looking at about 2400 RPM with a mixture setting of about 79%. Very nice, Goblin. Yeah, Twitch can be finicky sometimes for viewing, so I don't blame anyone at all. We do have the Thunderflies with us, or at least a couple of them, which is, they're always welcome along. Maybe should have waited for the next world update for the other ones. It's one of those places where I'm happy to visit over and over again. And besides, we'd have to wait until April, and I had to come up with a flight plan for today anyway, so we're here. Yeah, isn't it great? East USA seems to be playing nice today. In France, Netherlands called the Papes, the flat country. Yeah, there they went. We got 2 Thunderflies with us. Well, make that 3. I've also heard the Netherlands referred to as the Low Country, which makes sense. It's right at, or even in some cases below, sea level. Yep, tulips. Tulips are well associated with the Netherlands. In fact, here in Michigan, we have a town called Holland, which had a very high Dutch population, Dutch immigrant population, and they still have, we call it the Tulip City, and they do a Tulip Festival every year. Aha! Nederland. Hope everyone's had a great weekend. No, Allison was doing her Allison streams. Yes, Allison was doing her Allison streams following Amelia Earhart's trip around the world. I believe she ended up in Puerto Rico. Then Mr. Winokur did some IL-2, did some ground ranch. Friday we joined Murphy. Where did we fly with Murphy? We flew somewhere with Murphy, and I've completely forgotten where we were. It's Canada, Calgary. My mind is kind of like Swiss cheese sometimes. find so much you need to replug. Yeah, I agree with you on that. See, and then tomorrow I believe it's part 5 of the India tour with Murph. Tonight, after I am finished streaming, I will be rating Mr. Jay Winokur, who will be flying, doing a little bit of combat flight simming in IL-2, getting his feet wet into some more advanced flight simulators, so it'd be great if y'all show him some love after the stream. Ooh, and he's even doing a Spitfire campaign. Phenomenal. There they go. There's the Thunderflies. The Mark 9E, says Mr. Winokur. So yeah, if you be sure to show him some love. We're trying to boost him, spread the Twitch support over to his channel. As you all have shown me kindness and generosity, we're trying to do the same to him. Dougal McTavish is in. Hello, and Fireflies. Love to join my siblings. Website goes live tomorrow for new. No worries, Dougal. Happy you stopped by. It's always good to have you along. And if you haven't heard of Simwings, Simwings is a fantastic project organization who helps provide systems and such for those who would not normally have access to it. Access to flight sims through computer hardware, flight sim hardware, or etc. What a fantastic organization. We've supported it here on the channel. Murph supported it on his. They do group flights every 4 to 6 weeks. Sometimes it's in the airliners, sometimes it's GA, but it's always a good time. I always love flying at sunrise. A, you still get the golden hour flying. B, you're not racing against the clock to land before it's too dark. And C, that's normally when I did flights with my grandpa anyway. We'd leave as early as possible, because especially in the summertime, because the cooler weather was more conducive to better flying, and it was always a lot less bumpy. So I think I can. Goblin, first try, the helicopter work in progress. Yeah, I've heard that it's kind of tricky, which makes sense. They're probably trying to, using plane physics to fly a helicopter is a bit of a sticky wicket. There's the Thunderflies doing their thing. Mind the ground. am grateful for all of you Fireflies flying along. It does look like I know last stream on Thursday I was talking about a sim update coming this week. Turns out it got delayed till the 11th? No, the 9th, excuse me. So another week for the sim update, but that makes sense since the world update was itself delayed. As frustrating as it is, but they did say that they were going to release a hotfix for the flap drag issue. Let's see, Andrew Esselbach. I don't always fly 172, but when I do, I fly with good old-fashioned steam gauges. 100%. Yeah, they said that they're gonna release a hotfix for the flap issue, which should come out. I believe they said it was coming out this week. After listening to the outcries of the community, which, in my personal opinion, is still a couple of weeks late. As the Flying Welshman has now followed on Twitch. Many thanks, my dude. Here overflying. Oh dear. Let's see. I know my name in sport with all right. As Ebach 1969-8 is now following over on Twitch. Many thank you. Many thank you. Many thanks. My friend. Hope you're well. It's phenomenal scenery here in Holland. Holland. I keep calling it Holland. The Netherlands. Holland is a part of the Netherlands, but Netherlands is the country as a whole, which is part of Benelux. Which I didn't know what Benelux was, so I had to look it up. And turns out it's Luxembourg, Belgium, and the Netherlands. The Benelux Union. I never heard of that before. And now I know. Leave it to Flight Sim to teach you things you didn't know before. Yep. Just absolutely beautiful countryside. Always a pleasure to share the skies with the Fireflies. So, of course, Texel, which we're flying to, may give some painful memories for our fearless leader, Murph. but it was such a fantastic little grass strip, I couldn't not fly there. As it looks like NATO has found us as well. Takes a lot of talent to fly that thing so slowly and so precisely. I can't speak. So slowly and so precisely. On a bonus stream that Murph had a couple of weeks ago flying to Vegas, when he woke up for the rugby that wasn't, I was flying the G91, and that thing is a handful to fly slowly. The 339 is much better at it. Pardon me. It's even harder to do that with an F-15. The F-15 has such a high angle of attack even at 250 knots that you can't hardly see over the nose safely. Trying to keep it at almost half that is even more difficult. Which is just... It depends on what you mean by better. I'd say between visual model and systems modeling, I think they're pretty equal to each other. G91 maybe has a few extra features with the weapons loadouts and has a couple more variations than the MB339 does as the Thunderflies peel off. I'd say the 339 flies a little more stable. If you're fairly new to jets, I would recommend the 339 just because it is easier to fly. I mean, I could give you I wouldn't say one's better than the other, but I probably have more fun with the 339 than I do the G91. Not to say that the G91 is bad, but it's all really subjective, to be honest. Angle of attack, speed brakes, they're just not meant for the... Yeah. I mean, it's a struggle for even the F-22, but the F-22 is more designed to be able to do it. It's has more lifting body qualities to it than an F-15 does. The F-15E could probably do it a little better than the C model, but even then, let's see. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for just straight up fun, I would definitely put it with the 339. Especially with, you know, the Thunderflies have been using that as their primary platform. So yeah, I think there's a lot of pluses with the 339. Not to say that the G91's bad, but the 339 is just very good. skies are busy today. Got a King Air with us. No! That's not the button I wanted. Buttons! You dirty, rotten, no good. We made it work in the end. They're picking up on your name, Waylon. This beautiful countryside. You know, it would be so great to be able to take, you know, a couple of weeks and just tour Europe. You know, visit these historic places, you know, in person. It would just be phenomenal. First podcast is nice. Holland's have been there 3+ times due to family. You can go across the whole country on a bicycle. That sounds like something I need. I wonder what. Yeah, no, it's a good question. Really hope that some of the POIs they put in are historic. You know, granted, I can see reasons why they wouldn't put some of them in, but I think that's something that we can compensate for as content creators and folks. But just to be able to explore these in Flight Sim is just, it's phenomenal in and of itself. But once they release the update and whatnot, it's going to be phenomenal. So many rivers and channels and lakes. Windmills. Don't forget the windmills. I hope they add a bunch of windmills to the Netherlands. Maybe some tulip fields. I Don Quixote, the Lord of La Mancha. Although that might have been French? It's a play. No, maybe it's Spain. I don't remember. Ooh, hello, Goose. Talk to me, Goose. Spanish. Okay. I knew it was somewhere in there. It does work. I'll be darned. I love it when my how I've set up my buttons work the way I want them to. It's just being able to explore is just phenomenal. Look at that. Don't mind what's happening on the left side of the screen. Sorry, my Dutch Flemish is very limited, but I do love the fries. Nice. Yeah, I wish I had spent more time learning about the Netherlands from my grandfather. He wasn't born there, but I believe he was first generation born in the U.S. Oh, there they go. After the war, him and his mother and family of his went over to Holland to help for humanitarian reasons during the post-war period. So it was always, a big thing for him. It's one of those times where you wish you had spent more time with your loved ones to learn, and you don't have the opportunity anymore. But it is what it is. I can't go back in time. Gotta love a good fries with stooflies. The scenery is amazing here. 100% Murph. Even in the sense of just being able to explore and see the places in a fairly accurate rendition of it is in and of itself phenomenal. So to me, it doesn't necessarily matter if it's flat or lots of mountains. The simple ability to explore is what makes it phenomenal and makes it so wonderful. I do kind of hope that Coronado releases a 172N. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know where exactly my grandfather's family was from in the Netherlands, but it was. All I know is that that's where they're from, the Netherlands. I could probably ask my mom, and she might know, or at least be able to find out, possibly. We're about 15 minutes out. Get to do some over water flying. I feel like I went back to the Netherlands. It's quite well modeled, I think. Nice. So we do have a fair stretch of water to fly over to get to Texel. If memory serves, it's a... I don't know what runways it uses. so many wind farms here, but it makes perfect sense. There's a lot of flat area, and right by the coast, you get those coastal winds. And McClure's Inn, you're never late. You arrived exactly when you needed to, and fishing sounds like a lot of fun. We're flying here in the Netherlands on our way to Texel. And now we fly over the water. We can see the currents, we can see the outlying islands. We should be able to see Texel from here. And there it is. Island Ahoy. Fly Guy is in. Good to see you. Hope you're well. You're welcome along. We're about to reach Texel here in the Netherlands. Just absolutely beautiful. There's a land bridge of sorts. That's neat. We do not show enough of the moon in this sim. I put the time at 20:55. Side of the full moon. Nice. There's a Mooney. There's an F-15. That's absolutely correct, Mr. Winokur. Of course, DC Design's announcing that they are well into development of their F-14A and B. So it should be fun to watch that progress. Of course, they're also still working on their Stearman. It's a snow moon tonight. It looks awesome. Nice. Oh, it sure will, Mr. Wernicker. And there's reason to believe that we should start seeing a Spitfire here in a couple of weeks, and should be a couple of weeks, and we'll have a pair of PA-28 Aero 3s. Aeroplane Heaven did show off some preliminary screenshots of their P-51D Mustang, which will be fantastic. There's the Thunderflies doing what the Thunderflies do. The question is, Murph, which do you think will come out first, the Coronado or Just Flight Aero? Of course, my teeth are watering for the Spitfires. Tough and greener, I said there's... Right. This should be an interesting... it should be interesting to see which one has better sales performance. See, I like the dash in the Just Light version better. It's more retro. The Coronado one's more clean. I think Coronado has some of the features I like better, like the customizable tail number and that sort of thing. Yeah, the Spitfire's a must-buy, because if there's one thing Flight Sim really needs right now, it's warbirds. It's nice to have the jets, and jets are fun, but warbirds, you know, and I know Aeroplane Heaven's been playing around with their DC-3, and it seems like that should be fairly close to release too. But I can't wait, because there's so many things I'd like to do that need a C-47, a proper C-47. That it's just... I need it. Fly a C-47 with a Spitfire Escort. Oh man, that would be amazing. I did see something interesting on Flight Sim TO. Someone released a very early stage work in progress Avro Vulcan. That's interesting. Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me that it's that far away. They've got a lot of the basic modeling done, it seems. It looks like they have to do a lot of texture work, instruments, and then little own systems and flight dynamics. I need somebody who's also... Ooh, a P-40. That would be really nice. I hadn't heard that rumor, but it doesn't surprise me. The P-40 is a fantastic aircraft. But yeah, no, warbirds are definitely something that are needed in flight sim. I know a lot of people are eager for more airliners and more commuter liners, which is valid. They just don't strike a chord with me personally. A P-47 and a P-38. It'd be nice if there's a P-40 too. P-42. As in also. So we're getting awfully near Texel. We're about 3 minutes out. Corsair would be nice, and I'd love to have me a Wildcat, the F4F, or if GM made it, the FM2. Oh yeah, Baba Black Sheep Squadron. It sounds weird, but I'd like somebody to start developing a boat. Or some boats to go exploring around the world. So I have a friend that might enjoy that. Ooh, there is a boat in the works. Well, how do? Showing once, which is adjacent island. There were 2 A-10s doing tournament. Nice. So we're making this stop here in Texel in honor of our fearless leader Murph, who has a painful history with this place. Not to be a Debbie Downer, but I was just reading about a crash of a Cessna 182 that happened yesterday. Evidently, oh dear. The wings are not supposed to fall off the airplane. So we're going to start our descent into Texel. Called the Baba Black Sheep. Speaking of old TV series, in that vein, I did find that McHale's Navy, starring Ernest Borgnine, is all on YouTube, which is a classic show. Hogan's Heroes was another one of those classic shows. Andrew's back. And I think that is Texel right there. There's the King Air. So the plan is I get down first, or at least as first as possible. And I'm going to do a right holding circle. As Eggplants is now, Egg Pants is now following. There's the runway. So we're going to use our trim. Get Series Combat on YouTube. Aha. So we're going to do a right hand descending turn. There's been airworthiness advisors. Ooh. No, this is the steam gauge Cessna 172 that comes with the Premium Deluxe with a fancy schmancy livery. And I need to turn the face cam on for dramatic effect. There's been Robert Conrad. Yeah, this plane does come with the Premium Deluxe, so if you don't have it, you won't have this version of the 172. Unfortunately. So we're keeping the engine revs low as we lower the flaps and we come in for landing. We're crabbing into the wind as there is a crosswind. A slight crosswind. Oh, for sure. I don't have a private pilot's license yet. I do have some logged hours, but most of my time is in the sim, especially given the world situation. Ooh, down. That was fairly smooth. But I've been around aviation my entire life, so I've gained the ability to at least sound like I know what I'm doing. It's how I keep up appearances. So we're gonna pull off here. Do that. Do this. 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 This. Do this. Do this. Do this. As Viper strikes in, as is Dangerous Brian. Hawk Driver 101's in. And the field is open as I get here just in time for the smoother than mine. Yeah, Murph, your landing was a bit rough. For more information on the crash, simply Google Roger that. Not at all. You're more than welcome. More than merrier. East USA. No airliners, please. There's Broncos in. Dangerous Brian's in. Kingsman's in. Catbat's in. We're on the East USA server. We just landed at Echo Hotel Tango X-Ray EHTX. There's Merlin Flyer Draco and Papa Joe B. There's Druid in the 152. Roger that, Murph. There's Ebok. There's Hammy in. There's Kozaki and a Goose, Frozen, and HCBR, two of the Thunderflies. In 339s. Program says I would like to pursue my PPL. I do have my FA. Nice. Kozaki is flying the Grumman Goose as Murphy's in. Count Zepp's there with the Waco. Metal Boot is in with a Caravan. I can't. This is the site of Catbat's first Murph stream. You're more than welcome, 99 Owl. We are at Echo Hotel at Tango X-Ray. Epic Fool is in. Doing at least a low pass. Let's go ahead and just... yep, we're just flying and exploring the world. Having a blast. There's Chilled Corky. Aha! There's Test Pilot. There's USA PR1 in the Bonanza. Got a fair amount of Fireflies today. There's Red Pilot Randy. Nice landings by everyone. Seems to be everyone. So, I'm going to take a moment, refill my water, and I will be right back very shortly. All right. And we're back. We do have a Discord. What are you doing? What are you doing? So, from here, we're going to go ahead and restart the sim. So we're going to switch to here. We're going to do this. And we're going to reboot the old simulator. So glad you all have joined me for the flight. You have a good night, Allison. Sorry about your early start tomorrow, but work is work sometimes. Okay, so reboot the old simulator. Make sure you're properly hydrating yourselves. Hydration is important and often overlooked, especially in the winter months. Hope you're all enjoying yourselves and ready for the next week. Of course, right after this stream, we'll be raiding Mr. Winokur. We'll be doing some flying in IL-2 Sturmvik with some Spitfires. Tomorrow night we have Murphy with part 5 of the India special. As Jan Moorkamp is in. Yeah, Jan Moorkamp is in. Hello. Hello. Yes, tomorrow night is curry time. Night of the Wako is a bugger to take off and land, but I just, no, 100%, I agree. I don't fly it as often as I would like. How would I switch my servers? I'm unbelievable. So if you hit the escape and go to the main pause menu, in the upper right where your gamer tag is, you'll see your name, your online status, and then what server you're on. If you click the server and manually select East USA, that'll get you to change server. And of course, on our Discord, we do have the flight map, the flight plans, and some extra little sceneries that are available for our particular trip. You know, I don't think I've ever had curry. I don't think you would agree with me too well either, from the sounds of it. Just waiting on the old simulator. Life without curry is not worth living. I'm an American that doesn't have a lot of curry places around, and I'm not the greatest cook. I can make basic American spaghetti and mac and cheese. I can make sandwiches. Pretty basic stuff. Ooh, it shall be 3-in-1: chips, rice, and curry sauce. Oh dear. Of course. Speaking of things on that side of the pond, Murph, I did watch a video on Gaelic football, and it's different. it's its own thing. It takes a little bit of this from over here, a little bit of this from over there, puts it all together, and hey, look, it's Gaelic football. And now I get why you call football soccer. And then there's American football, and then Gaelic football. And then rugby. I had one on the game menu. I'm calling it a night. Well, that's unfortunate, Draco. Call it bog ball over here. Let's see, we want Texel to Teuge. Go to Texel and choose a parking spot. Ramp 2 looks good. That's no. We'll just pick ramp 1. We'll call it out there. Time. Weather's still there. Lane's still there. Hit that button. See, football does make more sense to call soccer football. It does until you look at Gaelic football. Then it's different. Supermax equals Clutchy Burger. Alright, I had fun. I have work stuff to prep for this week. That pesky work keeps getting in the way. It's already taken Allie, but at least you're going to be able to lurk. Draco. Bugball and Stickball, Merv. Stickball makes me think of lacrosse, though. Although lacrosse is really, it's kind of like hockey, but in the air. Okay, so we need to do this. Yeah, food does kind of sound good, doesn't it? Okay, so we're back over to this screen. And unmute. Oh, listen to that sound. That's a Waco if I ever heard it. What server are we on? We're on the East US. Okay, so parking brake set. Wheel cut off. Trim set. Clear prop. That's where we're at. Avionics coming on. Nav lights are coming on. Transponders coming on. Ah, 2:30. That's nothing. It's usually. Yeah, I'm usually going to bed 2 o'clock, 2 a.m. But my 2 a.m.'s, 5 hours behind your guys' 2:30 a.m. for me is like 7:30 a.m. for you guys. So we're gonna set this for the next leg at 2,500. Gonna switch that to GPS. Gibbo, I heard so much about your mock loop stream. I had to get in the F-15. First flight in it with you now, so apologies in advance. No worries, Gibbo. You should watch the stream. It was a fantastic event, the mock loop. Sitting on the runway with the jets. Nice. Gibbo is dangerous, but that's why we keep Gibbo around. So we're gonna start. I don't like the song. So we're gonna make our way to ye old runway. That and I'm free. So we make our way. Ooh, we're doing a fast taxi. It's difficult to see the runways from the ground. There we are. Oh, we got a pair of F-15s. We have the Thunderflies. The mock loop. That's a good question. I think the next time I want to do the mock loop, I want to do it with Spitfires and Warbirds. So not long after. I like doing the jet streams, jet streams, at least once a month, just because it's fun to do that every so often. I swear that's the Goose. And you really don't know how big an F-15 is until you're in a 172 coming up to one. There go the Thunderflies. F-15s are big, man. There's an extra. So, strobe lights are on, landing lights on. We slowly add power into the engine. There's 40 knots. Airspeed's coming alive. 55. Flaps 1 down. Waiting for 300 feet. There's 200 feet. It's 300 feet. Flaps coming up. And we turn around to have a look at the Fireflies. So we circle around, we can see where Murph had his unfortunate accident. Just about where those lights are. So we'll do a loop around Texel. We'll go ahead and hide me. Nice little grass strip. I'd like to see some freeware scenery to enhance it, because it's a great little airstrip. There's the Thunderflies doing their thing. It's a nice little strip, and I think that's one thing about European strips, or European GA, is there's a lot more grass strips for small airports than there are asphalt. Here, over here in the U.S., it's kind of a mixed bag. Got a little bit of either one. So it looks like all the Fireflies are up. There's an odd engine sound for the 172. We'll engage the autopilot, set to nav mode. Vertical speed to 500 feet a minute. In France, we got a lot of air guys. That makes sense. That is an odd sound glitch, because that doesn't sound like a 172 at all. So we're about cruise altitude, so we'll dial back to cruise power. Yeah, it's weird. The weirder part of it, though, is it changes pitch without me adjusting my engine, which is very curious. Oh yeah, yep. It's a more basic autopilot system than the G1000. This sort of instrument is the type of instruments I'm used to. I don't care for the glass cockpit. I don't care for the G1000. To me, it's a lot less convenient for me than having all of this. I'd rather have all of this. It does. Somewhere between the Mooney and almost the Goose. There was somebody saying, I just have a grass strip very near to my house. Nice. There's a few near me that I've come in and out of. Oh, Microsoft Flight Sim. Man, the Halo soundtracks were just so good. There goes an X-Cub. So yeah, next mock loop trip, where jets will be welcome. I really want to do it in a Spitfire. So fast props and jets. I wouldn't mind revisiting the Star Wars Canyon. At least maybe when we get a Tomcat or an F-18 or both. Or even an F-35. But I think the F-35s are a ways away. I know India Fox Echo had posted a screenshot of their F-35 they've been working on, and the technology in Flight Sim just isn't there yet, or at least to where they want it to be able to do it justice, which makes sense because there's a lot of newfangled technology in the F-35, and I admire their desire to be as accurate as possible. I also want to do some, yeah. Oh, it'd be amazing. To be able to do Warbirds in the mock loop would be just amazing. So it looks like we got the Thunderflies coming up behind us. Ooh, there's more of them now. There's 5. Look at that. Yeah, the Waka would be fun, but it's so much slower. I mean, there's no reason we couldn't do a GA trip through the Mach Loop. It just wouldn't have necessarily the same effect. Because the idea of the Mach Loop is the Mach part of it, implying fast. You know, fast and low. Oh, 100%. It's got the low, but it doesn't have the fast part of it. Don't get me wrong, I love the Waco. It's a lot of fun to fly. It's just it would be part of a slow Mach Loop trip. Well, Nutani is off. Glad to have you along. Hope you have a nice rest, and we'll catch you next time. Oh, for sure. Here's that land bridge. Uh-oh. Oh, for sure, Kingsman. That's definitely something I will do to be a better presenter. Wisdom SP is here. We're on the second leg. We just left Texel a little bit ago. We're on our way to Teuge. And we are on the East USA server. That they are, Goblin. And wooden shoes. Whoosh Blamo is in. Welcome, good sir. Hope you're well. I recognize your name from the Two-Tone Murphy streams. See you in the sky as well, Wisdom. Some of us are, some of us aren't. I'm kind of somewhere in an in-between. I have about 5 hours logged. Look at that. In real-world aircraft. I've been around aviation my entire life. In fact, most of my life was spent in an airplane that looked an awful lot like this. Paint scheme and all. So, I've been around aviation my whole life. I've been flight simming since, on and off, since 1995. But, my whole life has been around aviation. I do intend to get my private pilot's license at some point when the world gets back to some semblance of normal and I can afford it. Yep. I've had almost every version of Microsoft Flight Sim since the last one for DOS, which I think was Microsoft which is Flight Sim 5. Whatever the last one for Microsoft DOS was, that was the last one I had. Got it in 95, but, you know. Judging by your unit, you must be a year younger than me. That's entirely plausible. There you go. Nice. I think the one I've played the most has probably been FSX, just because it's been out the longest. Well, actually, I don't think I can say that anymore. I think this version of Microsoft Flight Sim I've played the most, or used the most. Just because yeah. Oop, there's the Thunderflies again. Oh, I bet. You know, VATSIM and any flight sim can be instrumental in assisting aviation knowledge in the real world. My parents had an IBM PC Junior, and it came with FS4 for Goblin. Maybe that was the last one for DOS. Whatever the last one for DOS was, the first one that I have. Or the first one I've had. Whichever one it was. But I've been hooked ever since. I never got into X-Plane. But this iteration has been just huge fun because we can and it came out at the perfect time because it's given us a way to explore the world. And there went Flight Sim. Well, that was unexpected. Let's see. No. The sim decided it didn't want to play nice right at the minute. Look at that, VC runtime. Well, that's okay. It happens. No sense in getting upset. We just move forward. So we just patiently wait for the sim to boot back up. I said to use national line. The love for the 737 has faded and has moved on to the Comet. Well, from Teague is on a course of 137 degrees from Texel. The identifier is Echo Hotel Tango Echo EHTE. Murph says we're all still here. Awesome. Hammy landing with the bear. Yeah. New series, Hammy and the Bear. I think I got hammied again. So last night while playing Ground Branch, it was the last game of the evening, and Hammy and I are clearing out this boat, see, and having a gas doing it. And sure enough, Hammy locates a guy that you just can't get an angle on. So I fall back, go around, and I catch up with the guy that's in the hallway. I take him down, and I start going back the direction towards where we were. And as soon as I clear the doorway, Hammy opens fire, and down I go. DJ Utimo is here. Good to see you. Bush League Legends released a X-Cub and X-Snake. Nice. Fan flag. You should indeed, sir. Dangerous Brian is struggling. Oh dear. It's unfortunate. So that link will get you to a clip of me getting hammied. And unmute. That's on GPS. Dangerous Brian is here on Twitch. So we want nav mode. We want altitude at 2,500. So vertical speed. Reduce power. So I'm back in. But you can't see it on the stream until I do this. There we are. Haha. So I'm a little above where we were, but that's because that's where it wanted to start me for some strange reason. Hope you're well, Brian. Cap at 9 is continuing the gift sub they got from Allison Johnson. Well, many thanks. Glad you enjoyed it. Enjoyed the gift subscription enough to renew it for real. Look at all the windmills. Glad you're enjoying it, Egg Pants. It's group flying has been one of the best things about Microsoft Flight Sim. Is it's so seamless to be able to fly with other people, and you know, I applaud Murph, who really kind of pioneered it in our little community, brought us all together, and we're now the Fireflies. But group flying has been one of the best things that happen, because it gives the opportunity to fly with other people and explore the world. I'm just fortunate as being the streamer is I can share it with everyone that can't fly for one reason or another. That sounds like a great idea, DJ. I'm getting to that point as well. I'm 100% Catbat. We're always the nice and relaxed, calm, cool, and collected. And of course, that's up until Murph starts pressing buttons. Then we start wondering what's going on, and alarms start going off, and a little bit of smoke appears. But it's honestly been a huge joy to be able to fly with folks. It happens from time to time. We're all just excited to be in a group flight. Yeah, Whitaker plus P47 equals not good. So I'm registering about 10 minutes from Teague. I'm on a course of 137 degrees. And just coming up on 2,500 feet. So on the old VFR map, I'm roughly about there. If y'all can see me or not. But being able, the seamless multiplayer is probably one of the best parts of Microsoft Flight Sim, because it's just been phenomenal having that seamless ability to play with people from across the world and explore the world together. So it's quite possible that my multiplayer is a wee bit screwy. So here's what we're gonna do, just in case. because I don't know if you all can see me or not. We're going to do this. Let it think for a second. Turn it back on. Fly. And resume. Beautiful, beautiful place. Hammy can see me now. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but Hammy can see me. Bleed up and to my right. I shall turn and I shall... Hard for me to say, but we'll just believe that you're there. Daka, 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 daka. Wrong movie. This is a bridge too far. A glider field here. Nice. Hey, I see fireflies now. Aha! I am at 99 Owls, 2 o'clock. Roger. I'm seeing the fireflies. Huzzah! Huzzah! Where's that event? That little box disappeared. There we go. Easy to see even now how everything got bottlenecked on that road in Market. Yeah. There's a reason why they had strategic importance during the late unpleasantness, as here come the thunderflies. Coincidentally, that's where a large part of Postscriptum is a Milsim World War II game that actually, it's kind of in the lines of Arma, just World War II style, and it looks fantastic, but it's a very slow paced, very unlike your Call of Duties. Hello. That green nameplate I'm running. Yeah, I like it a lot better than the defaults. The only downside is in VR it can be a little difficult to read. So postscriptum apparently has the 1st paratroopers, the 101st, the 82nd, and Polish paratroopers. Nice. At least in the market garden content. Aha. So we are about 3.5 minutes out. Apparently, Winokur says there is early War II with French. Nice. Vive la France. So we're coming up on Teague. A little bit of D-Day and Bastogne on the way. Nice. So we're going to keep an eye out for the little airfield. We do have a wonderful group of formation flyers, both experienced and inexperienced. Of course, the premier folks are the Thunderflies. Three miles out, we should probably start our descent. Is it a grass field? It might be. So, mixture goes to Rich. What we're gonna do is fly to the right. Yeah, to the right of it a bit. That looks like it down there. It looks like it may be asphalt. So right there. So we're going to fly around and land on this end of the runway. There's the Thunderflies. We missed a flyby. East USA. Try cycling your multiplayer settings. Off, apply and save, and then on, apply and save. We're just over Echo Hotel Tango Echo. Does look like it has a grass runway available, or two, but we'll land on the hard pavement. Nothing complicated about it. So same start or second first, same as the first, as we face cam on for traumatic effect. There we go. I'll try to get down first so that I can record some landings. There we have the runway. Runway's in sight. We're on final. Trimming down to maintain speed. That's being difficult with the flat bug. Oh, there's some odd laggage. It's not normal. Over the runway, power goes to idle. A little bit of a bounce, but that's okay. And where did this lag come from all of a sudden? Not sure where this lag came from, if I'm honest. We'll get ourselves out of the way. Alright, so traffic, data, well, yeah. Mouth knows what I'm doing, it's just saying the wrong things. Got a whole host of people down. Well, Ty, we're on the East US. I wasn't getting the frame drop before with the group of fighters before, so we're on the East USA server. Airport is Echo Hotel Tango Echo, as Ty Kuhn is now following on Twitch. Many thanks, my dude. Don't worry about it, Egg Pants. There's Metal Blue. They're all coming in. I can't even name them all. There's Spiritual Onion. I like that name. There's Mahoney. Where's Hammy? Aha! I I approve. There's some of the HCBR, Epic Fool, Frozen, some of the Thunderflies. I didn't get the Lagging Tower right near the airport. There's Test Pilot, Merlin Flyer. There's Bronco. If anything, 99 Owl, just follow along. We'll get you there. There is an EHEH third-party freeware airport that I did put in the Discord, available on flightsim.to. That's interesting, Mahoney. I don't know. I lagged as soon as I got to the airport. I don't think that would have anything to do with it. But we're going to go ahead and restart the sim just for safety's sake. John Mathers is off. Glad to have you along. You take care, and we'll catch you next time. Kingsman has to go too. No worries. You have a great night, Kingsman. We'll catch you next time. I've not tried them out yet. In fact, I only just got it updated yesterday. Yeah. You have a good night. You have a good night, Randy. You stay well, and we'll catch you. Yeah, I don't have any scenery for EHTE. Felix Braun 07 is now following over on Twitch. Many thanks, my dude. Hope you're well. Like the program has to go, heading down to the beach for a mid-afternoon walk with your significant other. Enjoy the rest of your flight. Well, you enjoy the walk. Spending time with one's significant other is always highly encouraged, and that's why we're also very thankful that Mrs. Two-Tone shares Murphy with us as often as she does. Ooh, another hour until Mahoney's Pizza arrives. Nice. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little hungry myself. So this will be the ooh. Sorry, I got distracted. This is the leg where we will go over Arnhem, then Nijmegen, and end up in Eindhoven. So Arnhem was where the movie, the primary place that the movie A Bridge Too Far took place, with also encapsulating nearby Nijmegen, which I believe the British were in charge of taking Arnhem, and the Americans were in charge of taking Nijmegen. The Red Devils. So I have the movie on DVD. I just haven't yet gotten around to watching it. I've seen it before. I watched it as on a watch party with Mr. Winokur. Oh dear. But the DVD collection I got, it had 3 movies. It had A Bridge Too Far, Battle of Britain, and Exodus. And I've watched 2 out of 3 of those. I need to watch them again. Actually, a fair representation. Aha. It's just their production quality was, you could tell when it was made. I love the audio glitch. Have a single engine goose rumbling away. Oh dear. Nothing like being in an X-Cub and sounding like you're in, you know, a goose. That goose is cooked. Long haul in the Comet Yellowknife to Singapore. So far it's 13 hours, 15 minutes just over. Oh, dang. Let's see. Load. Flight plans. Caravan to Fatigue to Eindhoven. So I'm going to do this. Now this is one where it's actually kind of important to have the waypoint or the flight plan. Although it could be a little misconcerted, or it could not load properly if you don't have the Eindhoven Airport installed. Okay, so let's call it there. Good. I'm going to do that. I've read the book Arnhem from Anthony Beevor. That's worth a look. And we move over to this. Alright, so those are there. That's there. Turn that up, turn those off. And to do that, do this. Start our engine. German here. Late dad fought, then. Aha! set takeoff trim, engines running, idling where it needs to, avionics come on, nav lights come on, turn on our transponder. It's on maxed out ultra settings. It's aha. More hamster says bonk. I feel like I'm going to come around the corner and get dropped. So we do this. Okay, so 2,500. And that's GPS. We want arm nav mode. From here, release the parking brake and we'll get rolling. He caught pneumonia because all the... Ooh. That's the only good way to have... Only good reason to have pneumonia, I suppose. One way to look at it, anyway. Nice, Mahoney. So we're Stalingrad. Not much fun in Stalingrad, no. So here we are rolling along towards the active. So if you all want to start going, or I can cut in line, are rather fun and XCub even. Yeah, it's definitely unhealthy. Yeah, yeah. I think I would take getting pneumonia over getting sent to Stalingrad. Cheers for the stream, Colonel. You have a great night, Shuffle Shoes. You be well, and we'll catch you next time. Don't forget about the Discords. We'll catch people there as well. I'm hearing a goose. So we're gonna go ahead and make a couple of snips in line. It's a very weird sound glitch. One notch of flaps. It's 100 feet. 200 feet, and it only affects the cockpit. Fixed by changing servers and back again. Aha. So now we're up. We'll make a left pattern just to excuse me. So while everyone else gets up and gets situated. Seems as though most everybody is up now. Go ahead and hide, try and hide me. There we go. So we'll get inside of the old cockpit. Activate nav mode, vertical speed 500 foot a minute. And then we have a nice relaxing flight over the southern part of the Netherlands. Now Teuge does put us in close proximity to the German border. It may not have the mountainous terrain, but it still looks pretty. Can you imagine if they were to model in the when the seasons when all the flowers are in bloom? Boy, wouldn't that be something? See all the colors. So, hope everyone is ready for the impending week. Let's see, boosted colors with NBA focus. Nice. As the Thunderflies do their thing. I hope the Thunderflies are ready for Thursday, because Thursday, as Junior Kago is now following over on Twitch. Many thanks, my dude. Hope you're well. Many thanks for the follow. I hope the Thunderflies are ready for next week, or not next week, Thursday, as the NASCAR Cup Series goes to Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Maybe they could do a fly over the track. Oh, they're phenomenal. They're very good at what they do, and they keep practicing as often as they get the chance. Alex from NL. This is what is so cool about MSFS. Just looking at the ground gave it away that you're flying over the Netherlands. I'm gonna say you're Alex from the Netherlands. Ha! Called it. Posted it right as I was saying it. Welcome to you from the Netherlands, from someone over in Michigan. I'm flying. We took off from. Let's see. We just took off from Teuge. We started off in Oostwold, flew over to Texel, flew to Teuge. We're now on our way to fly over Arnhem and Nijmegen and landing in Eindhoven. My grandfather was Dutch, and my grandfather was also the reason for this paint scheme. Nice. Oostwold is a privately owned airport where they have. Nice. What's the wonderful thing about flying in flight sim is we can check out those private airports. Yeah, I spent many years in a plane with this livery. Of the Netherlands. Green. Oh yeah. I was just mentioned a little while ago that it would be really neat to see the flowers in bloom in flight sim. It's a beautiful area of the world. I definitely feel that I can't wait to see what the France and Benelux update does in April to enhance France and Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands itself. Look at them! There's the Thunderflies. There's nothing wrong with being flat. It's, you know, it's still steeped with history and beauty in its own right. I get a strong feeling that Germany's going to be next. I would say either Germany or Spain, even. Well, here's hoping. It may not be in there by default. If you follow along with the flight, we'll get there. It may be just sort of baked into the scenery. No worries, Tycoon. It is a military airport. There's a freeware version of EHEH. I do have it listed on the Discord under Going Live. It throws the Eindhoven Airport into the sim. So we're over Arnhem now. And if it's not in now, I would imagine it would be in the update. So far, it looks like they're just the generic bridges so far. So here we are in Arnhem. Now, I believe the film A Bridge Too Far filmed in the actual locations. I could be wrong, but I couldn't tell you which bridge it was that they were on. There's 3 major bridges. This looks like it might be more of a... No, never mind. Okay, I'll stop saying that before I finish it. So you have the one here, and the one here. The Red Oaks gave him hell, but I believe it's the 9th Kohlenstoffen. And the Red Devils here were heavily reliant on the Americans in Nijmegen getting through in a timely fashion to back them up there, because on the on foot it seems like it's quite the distance from Nijmegen to Arnhem, but as you can tell by flying, it's not. Oh, look at that! There they go. Whee! It's not that awfully far to get between the two areas. I've only seen the movie once, so don't feel too bad. It is the 82nd at Nijmegen, and the 101st were dropped near Eindhoven. Is it Eindhoven or Eindhoven? We got a bridge there. But these bridges were vital to the efforts to free the Netherlands and to get supplies to and from. So here's Nijmegen. I believe this may be Eindhoven out here. Looks like they're missing a rail bridge here. City fighting how a lot of the stuff as well, urban warfare. Yeah. So you got a bridge here, you got a bridge here, and there should be a bridge here, but I believe it's a rail bridge. Smaller bridge right over here. There's a Waco. Look at that. Look at that pretty plane. So you can tell that there's supposed to be a bridge here, but yeah. That should be, I would imagine that will be rectified in the Benelux France update. At this time, all heavy equipment is carried to the fronts right. Yeah, they didn't exactly have C-130s then to drop them in from the air. Here come the Thunderflies. Now, of course, we don't take these historical visits lightly, and we don't do it to glorify one side or the other. We simply do it to remember that these events happened and why they happened, and in an effort to educate so that the events of the past don't get repeated in the future. Lest we forget. So we see the Thunderflies coming up. So as we fly over and past Nijmegen, I'm glad you like it night out. As Keen Lafford is in, hope you're well, my friend. Yeah, it's definitely taken a hit. It's really interesting. Oh, poor 98 FPS. So we got 3 Thunderflies coming in. We are in the Netherlands. We just flew over Arnhem and Nijmegen on our way to Eindhoven. And we now have the Thunderflies forming up. Very tough to do flying a jet this slow. Just an absolute fantastic job by the Thunderflies pilots. As one does a break to the left. And another one comes in to fill the slot. Lovely break jobs by the Thunderflies. So that weird sound bug. So we're about 10 minutes out from Eindhoven. This beautiful countryside. Yeah, it's almost astounding that, you know, Eindhoven is as far away as it is. It's about 30 nautical miles from Nijmegen. It's the MB339. It should be available in the InSim marketplace. It's not the most aerobatic, and it's certainly not the fastest, but it does what it was designed to do. It can do certain aerobatics. It's no extra, but it was designed as a trainer. The pan version was used for the Italian air demonstration team. It's not. You're lucky to get it past 370 knots max. It's not super fast. But it's rather forgiving. It's great for formation flying. It takes a lot of skill to fly as slow as a 172. And it's currently the plane of choice for the Thunderflies. India Fox Echo that made the MB339 is about to, or should be soon, releasing their T-45C, which is a U.S. Navy training aircraft. Most fairly similar, is derived from the British Aerospace Hawk, with beefed up landing gear. The speed brakes are reconfigured due to placement of the arresting hook. The gears beefed up for carrier landings. I just got really dizzy for some reason. Hammy says that the T-45 is about 10 days, so we'll give it a couple of weeks. The Alpha Jet for the French military. Yeah, no, and that's a freeware jet, by the way. The Alpha Jet from Dassault, available on Flight Sim TO. It's a great little airplane. Yeah. The BAE, the British Aerospace Hawk is lighter than the T-45. The T-45 was modified so that it could operate to U.S. Navy standards and requirements for heavy-duty landing gear, of course the arresting hook and launch bar and that sort of thing. So it's definitely a heavier set version of the Hawk, but the airframe itself is fairly similar. I think it looks pretty cool. And who was it that announced an action? I think it was Just Flight announced a T1 Hawk from British Aerospace that looks pretty nice. Yeah. Other jets are coming out. You know, the DC Designs released some early photographs of their F-14A and B, which that's going to be fun. Oh, goodness, what else? Iris Simulations is working on a couple of jets, I believe. That's fair. Seemingly, so yeah, there's a lot of different planes. I mean, we've got a couple of Spitfires that should be out soon. A DC-3 that looks like it's relatively close. A couple of Piper Arrows. There's a Boeing 247 in development. So here we are reaching Eindhoven. And Antonov AN2 is coming in a few minutes. Nice. So we're going to take our we're going to go ahead and do a straight in approach for Eindhoven, Echo Hotel, Echo Hotel. So off goes the autopilot. I'm going to start reducing power. I suppose we'll turn on the face camera for dramatic effect. I know it's awful having to see my face, but such that it is. And it almost makes it hard to know what my engine's doing. It's such a weird bug. So we're reducing power. We're going to use our trim to compensate and lose airspeed. But we need to lose a lot of altitude. We're way above the glide slope. We're going to do a bit of a slip. There's the white arc, so we'll put 2 flaps in. Keep the slip going. So with the slip, I've got right rudder in with left aileron down. This would be a lot easier if the flap bug wasn't a thing right now, but that hotfix should be coming this week, hopefully tomorrow or Tuesday. Then we go to idle throttle since we are quite a bit high off the glide slope, but we're still straight in. We're lined up on the runway. So now we're straight on. Runway 21. And keep nose up. There we go. And we're down. FPAL. Aha. Looks like somebody had an oopsie with the Waco. We'll taxi off the runway. And then park it off to the side. Parking brake on. Drone cam activated. Sped up. Traffic. Zoom and we hide me. Try to hide me. Hide me. Thank you. Egg Pants is off tonight. You have a great one. Thanks for coming along. You take care of yourself. Might show up as just a big grassy field for most of you, but, well, do the best you can. There is an airport available for here. Available on flightsim.to. I do have it linked in the Discord. As Celtic 77 is now following. Many thanks, my dude. Hope you're well. Test Pilot 72 is in. Kozaki Flyer is in. But yeah, we can do a quick tour of the airport after everybody's in. It's still early in freeware development. Here comes Brian and Warhamster. Ooh, Hammy in the Cap 10. Here comes Brian in the Mooney. So there's Frozen. So yeah, it's a freeware airfield available on flightsim.to. It is a military airfield, but it does throw in some nice buildings. It's still a work in progress. There are a lot of improvements to be done on it yet. There is a secondary add-on for it that does improve the satellite imagery, but that was a couple of gigabytes, and I thought, yeah, better safe than sorry. I'll not have it installed just yet. Make sure the airport itself works first. There's Frozen. There's HCBR. So yeah, I know many of you don't have it, but this is how I see it. The field is in the Discord, available for download for free. So, with that being said, we're going to go to this screen. We're going to hit that button. We're going to restart the sim. That was a bumpy field. Yeah. So it is a military, and that's probably why it wasn't included. If you look at the Bing imagery on bing.com/maps, it's all blurred out, which I can only assume is for security reasons, which is fine. Every country has their right to do that. But that's why the community does what the community does and adds stuff in that's missing. So we're just waiting on the let's see. Although Ryanair fly there for a long time now. Aha. Put these. Yeah, they're nice job. I think the Oostwold had an update today. I hadn't even downloaded it for very long, and then it got an update. You have a good night, John. You take care of yourself. And we'll see you on the Discord and in the next stream for sure. Pardon me. So you see there on the bottom are the list of all my wonderful Twitch subscribers. You all make this whole thing possible and a lot of fun. And anybody that comes along and chats in the chat or flies along or whatnot, all make this worthwhile, and makes it a lot less lonely. To which I am eternally grateful for. It's been a great few months since this came out, and finding Murphy's channel and getting to know, building up the Fireflies, and it's been fantastic. It's certainly been a blessing for me and a nice distraction from the real world. You have a good night, Epic Fool. Glad you came along and enjoyed it. You rest well, and you have a good Monday. Nope, I'm just restarting Sim. Sometimes it helps out with the random crash to desktops with the VC runtime error, but so I just play it safe from time to time. That's good to hear, Kozaki. Yeah, it might have been fixed, but I still get some other issues that restarting seems to help, that not everybody gets. So, load. Flight plan. That's not the right one. That's the whole kit and caboodle. Where did it go? There we go. Only need the one leg. And let's see. Let's find the right one. Should be fine. Set it to about 11. Look it over. We're good. Hit the fly button. Pizza time. Soon I shall be. Whoa, why am I rolling? Parking brake on. Alright, so that makes you rich, throttle cracked, master switches on, beacon on, clear prop. Avionics on, nav lights come on, transponder comes on. Okay, so those good. We're just waiting for the autopilot so I can set the altitude in there. Probably go ahead and switch to Nya. Thank you. Active paused above me. Haha. So it shan't be too long. We get the autopilot set and we go. Are we up a hill or something? Parking brake is off. We must be up a hill. There we go. Oh yeah, we be on a hill. Haha. So now we start rolling. The other bug is, yeah. So far, I don't have it this time round. So y'all feel free to take off from wherever you can. Yeah, no, believe me. That's why I spent most of the time outside of the cockpit last leg. There, we're up. There's 200 feet. Climbing at about 70 knots. 300 feet. Flaps coming up. And we depart Eindhoven. So yeah, the free scenery that excuse me, I'm running is available. Ooh, a helipad. Is available on flightsim.to. I do have it linked in the Go Live channel on my Discord. It's causing the issue. I don't know. It didn't really fix all that much. I looked at the notes and it didn't really list a lot. Granted, I can't remember what they are off my head. I think the Coronado planes have had audio issues from the get-go, kind of overlapping each other. I think now, unfortunately, it's kind of spread. Yeah, I only noticed it today. I don't think I had it yesterday. Gosh. It's just weird. So we're on our last leg. We're going to go ahead and get rolling on the way. We're going to change that to GPS. Autopilot turns on, goes to nav mode. 500 feet a minute climb. So yeah, it's a nice little military airport with apparently some civilian traffic as well. Kind of curious as to why I don't see any fireflies. That's right. Oh, where have the fireflies gone? Oh, where could they be? We'll swap. Do the thing. We'll do the multiplayer thingamabob. Data off. Apply and save. Give it a second. On. Apply and save. Go back. Resume. Hey, there's people. Okay, get rid of the name tags. You know what, we'll fly this last leg with them on. Why not? Oh, there's the bug. So we're at cruise altitude, so we'll get down to cruise power. hate it when they forget a coat. So we're heading about exactly due west. There's Viper Strike up ahead. Whoosh Blamos up ahead as well. There's Cat Bat and Evil Basil, or Evil Basil. I like it. Kozaki, Mahoney, Druid, Test Pilot, Frozen, Kozaki, Count Zep, and Attractive Book. We got about 33 minutes to go. Oh, 100%. Reach was a phenomenal soundtrack. Yeah, probably my favorite of the Halo series. ODST was phenomenal as well. Absolutely beautiful area of the world. Now we got Dangerous Brian back. As we're making our way back to the coast. There's Frozen. Oh, Papa Joe B's up ahead. That Cap 10's fun to fly. Not as speedy or quick maneuvering as the Extra, but it's still a ton of fun to fly around. Got a serious crab going on with that Cap 10. I do thank you all for coming along for the flight. Whether you're simply watching on YouTube or Twitch or flying along. have in the chat. It's great to have all of you keeping me company. Whee goes the captain. Whee. Yep, still there. Frozen's keeping up international relations. Absolutely brilliant. So I hope everyone's had a good weekend thus far. For those of us in the US, we're still finishing it off. For those of you in Europe, it's starting to get pretty late. See, international relations with the good day. No, the Cap 10's a blast, especially in VR, because you have a grand amount of visibility out of the bubble canopy. It's kind of like flying the Long E's. The VL3 has phenomenal visibility as well. Let's see, what are some other ones? I mean, everything's better in VR, I'll say that. The Waco is phenomenal in VR because it's not so much about the visibility as just you feel like you're in the cockpit, and you get a fairly grand amount of visibility out of the cockpit of the Waco, mostly side to side, but just it really the Waco in VR is just, you put a fan on you and it actually feels like you're in the Waco. Ooh, there's Hammy and another Cap 10. We got Whoosh Blammo and a DA-40, Merlin and a 172. see. We got Druid Zeus. Looks like something of T-tail, so a DA-40 probably. There's Viper Strike and an X-Cub. Kozaki's in the Waco. I think Catbat's in a 172. Aha! A lot of talented flying by all y'all. So it seems the southern part of, or the more inland parts of the Nederland have more trees than the coastal side, which kind of makes sense, you know, heavier winds and so on. There sure is a lot of talent with the Fireflies. They all do a phenomenal job doing what they do. Nice. That was pretty cool. So we're coming up on EHWO. Should be a little past halfway. And the DA-40 is another nice little airplane. It has a fair amount of visibility to it. It's a little better with the community mod. By default, at least the last time I flew the default DA-40, it was a little slow. The NG, not the TDI. Which I thought was kind of odd. I haven't flown it vanilla since a couple of updates, but not a bad little airplane. It's really good at what it was designed to do. Used often in training. Yeah, I don't know about that, Hammy. I don't know about that. Had a glimpse into that future last night on Ground Branch, so yeah, maybe I'll wait before we get into combat sims. There's Papa Joe B joining the formation. There's Catbat. Nice to see a couple of DA-40s there. Yeah, more steam gauges would be awfully nice. I know the upcoming PA-28s are all steam gauge. He eats a Fox 3, not fur ball. But yeah, steam gauges, I'm more accustomed to them, and I honestly think the information they provide is much more easily accessed as steam gauges are. The G1000 and glass cockpits are a little, I don't know, I think they make it a lot of things more difficult than they need to be. I mean, I can see a certain appeal to them, but for me personally, I just, and everybody has their preference. But yeah, more thing, and that's one of the reasons why I really want, like, the idea of more warbirds coming into flight sim is they're all steam gauges, and you know, like the even the G91 is all steam gauge, and that's pretty nice. The T45 has some MFDs, but still some steam gauge. I think someone's even working on a steam gauge T45. I could be wrong. I don't recall seeing the cockpit of the Hawk T1 that's being developed. The day is saved, the Coke is coming. Huzzah. Man, this is definitely a must-visit place. The T1 is an older steam gauge. Ooh, yes. Steam gauges are the way. Trying to think, there's so many aircraft in development right now, it's not even funny. There's a lot. Now, it'll be interesting to see the full patch notes of what they're doing with Sim Update 3 next week for release. Yeah, the community market is starting to get there. They're starting to come up with, you know, freeware planes here and there. That's, you know, the difference between having a staff, you know, a paid staff to work on the SDK and figure it out versus people that do it on the side. Oops. Mahoney got his Coke, but didn't have enough gas in the plane. Whoopsie doodle. Oh man alive, that sound. The sound glitch is terrible. But yeah, so I mean, give it some time, and shoot, the people released a helicopter mod yesterday, the day before. Granted, it's I'm hearing iffy things about it, but it's a step. You know, people are starting to figure out the SDK. The SDK is starting to, you know, gain a bit more traction, and so it's coming along. It's going to take time. Uh-oh. Cammy did an experiment. I uninstalled all the Caravan stuff from the sim, and the sound glitch has not come back yet. The question is, will it come back once you reinstall all the Caravan aircraft? It's kind of interesting how they lay out some of the buildings, you know, in these European cities. You know, because here in the U.S., a lot of places are very grid-like, whereas European, it's like they started in kind of a place and then expanded out, so you don't have a lot of grid type layout. There's a something. Aha! I'll have to look at that after the stream. So we're getting closer and closer. We're about 10 minutes out. A little under 19 nautical miles. Now here at Echo Hotel Mike Zulu, there was a third, because I found freeware airports for three of the day's stops, including Eindhoven, Oostwold, and then here. Yeah, it's probably just the sound of the Waco bleeding through for some reason. Oh yeah, Goblin, absolutely. We reach the sea once more. or at least on the edge of it. Look at that. Lighting can make or break a scene, and this has the lighting. Hello, Brian. Sorry. Sorry, Brian. Ah, the Delta of the Rhine. The Rhine Delta. Roger that, Mahoney. So we're definitely getting close. About 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes out. There goes Test Pilot 72 zooming off ahead. The sound glitch is just so weird. And it's the only the internal sounds, which makes it even stranger. Well, it looks like we got some... What do we got there? Ah, just windmills. Oh, nice. Seems like a very beautiful area. Look at all the fireflies. Whee! Nice. So we're getting awfully close. Let's see. So that kind of comes in and around. Airport's right about here. So we're going to go ahead and get ready for our descent. We'll turn off the autopilot, make sure it goes to rich. Hey, water is life, man. Water is important. Now, I'm not sure which... I'm pretty sure it's... Actually, this might be the airport right there. So, we're going to do kind of this maneuver as we lower the power. Oh, nice. So we're setting engine to about 1600 RPM. So I definitely need to install mods to get some of these airports. Yeah, you download them and you put them in your community folder. On the various discords, I know that Murphy should have a good video on his channel about installing mods and add-ons and such. Oh dear, there's that frame issue again. Yeah, basically, you take whatever you're gonna, see frequently, or whatever is the better bet. I like having things that kind of enhance the experience for stream from time to time. As I turn on that thing for the traumatic descent. I'm really hoping this is it, because it really looks like what it is. It may not be, actually. Looks like it's over here, so... Haha! I was going to the wrong spot. So, we add power. This looks more like it. Gosh, that sound bug is just disconcerting and annoying. So this is our airport here. We weren't far off. We just took the interesting approach. And we're down. So we'll Taxi our way off to the side. We'll hit the parking brake. Get out of the blasted sound glitch cockpit. And make our way down to the end. That's too far. So we'll go ahead and hide me again. There's Catbat in. Ooh, pair of Cat 10s and a DA-40. Ooh, someone's the Observer Corps Kozaki flyer with the Wako and Observer Corps colors, at least on my screen. There's Papa Joe. There's Merlin. There's Dangerous Brian and Test Pilot 72. Yeah, that happens. It'll show up as a kind of a generic bonanza if you don't have somebody else's aircraft or livery. Here comes Whoosh Blammo. I see you as Bonanza, Mahoney. So I want to thank everybody for flying along. Whether you're in the chat, actually flying along, or simply just keeping me company. I am very grateful for it all. I do hope that you enjoyed the flight tonight over the Netherlands. If you're on Twitch, stay tuned. We're going to be raiding the channel here in a moment, but I want to say thank you to everybody, to the new follows, all the subscribers. It's just phenomenal. Everyone in chat, thanks for coming along. Do greatly appreciate it. But until next time, be good to each other. Stay safe out there. We'll catch you next time. Take care.
Going elsewhere now.